So good afternoon and welcome to Barrow Gurney Television, coming live from Hobs Lane. Well, the amazing news here is that after some heavy overnight rain, the covers are off and the sun is shining and the ground is looking a picture and is drying out rapidly. And, well, the great news is we're going to have some play here. A late start, so not a 1 o'clock start. It's going to be a 1:15 start. The players are just getting themselves ready. It's taken a little while to get all the covers off. About to see Steve Owen wandering on to have a look at the state of the pitch. Barrow Gurney's skipper Pete Rooney won the toss and is elected to field first, so we'll be seeing Oldfield Park bat in this Division 9 West clash between Barrow Gurney second 11 and Oldfield Park. Barrow Gurney topping that division with 2 games to go. So an important game. They're only ahead by 5 points from Golden Hill 6th. With rain around, it's not clear whether their nearest rivals will be playing or not. But information on that when we have it. Barrow First have been rained off. They were due to play at Old Bees up on Phelan, but that game has been cancelled due to a waterlogged square. So I'm hoping some of the first 11 will come along and support the twos in a moment, or throughout the afternoon. So we're getting ready for play here, so I'll just go and get myself a nice cool drink while the players get themselves ready, and full commentary will follow in about 5 minutes. They like us. I know. I'm happy to.
Well, or I can do it. I mean, what I did last time, but I've got my dog and I want to bring her.
Yeah.
So I like when we're batting, I like to have her out because she'd have to be in the car when we're fielded.
Fair enough.
So I don't want her in the whole time. But last time I had her here in the But if you've got a dog here already, then
Yeah.
I can
He's
score
not here,
outside.
so
Yeah,
we'll
he's
sit over there.
Oh, okay. So he's not here.
He's not going to be in the scorecard now.
Okay.
No, I didn't.
You're not playing today?
My dog's
No,
still
I'm
at
not
home.
playing today.
Oh, didn't I run you out last time?
Yeah, I think so.
Sorry about that.
That's why I'm not. No, I've got a woman's match.
Okay. Right. Okay. Well, I'm just going to get my little diary and
Okay, so do you want me to do the book, or are you going to come?
I'll sit in here and do the book.
Okay, as long as you're happy with me talking on the I'll be
Well,
commenting.
if it distracts me, I'll
Okay.
I'll leave.
Okay.
That's all right. You can.
And as long as you don't interject, otherwise it'll go out live on the feed. So, I mean, I'm happy to involve in it.
No, nobody can be involved. Not with this.
No, bloody hell, until it gets out or something.
Oh,
like
right.
that,
Okay.
Because obviously, you know.
If we come to a motor with stress, I'll be part.
That's right. Yeah, me.
Hello, young man.
Hi.
Oakland Super batsman.
Yes, a dabs and dart, I believe. Yeah.
Beat to it already.
Sorry. No, but I might lean on you for other.
Yeah.
As
As in when someone goes in, I'll make sure.
Yeah. Although I think your guy might be coming and sitting in with me for a bit, but I'm not. But he says if I bore him to tears with my commentary, he'll leave. I don't need the ball. Why am I put my hand out for the ball? I don't need the ball. Yeah, that's.
They got our ball. They got our ball. We got a ball.
So we just need to check that Dabs is on strike.
Right, he might be through, yeah. Yeah, me and him floating 4 and 5. Yeah.
So as long as Dabs is on strike, we're all good to go.
Dabs is first, definitely, with Dart. And then, as in my mate, I'll make sure you know before they reach the crease.
That's fantastic. I've got your list of names, so I know who to select from. So. So, welcome back to Hobs Lane, Barrow Gurney television. Getting ready now for this Barrow Gurney second 11 game against Oldfield Park. We were due to be starting at 1:15. It's now a little bit later than that, but the Barrow players, or at least some of them, are now out on the outfield. You can see Lyndon Allway there tying his shoelaces. Wicket-keeper for the day, Phil Milton. Well, he's going to be putting on his wicket-keeping gloves, getting himself ready. We've got a few practice catches going on. So after the heavy rain, as I said, the sun came out. The playing area is drying. There is a bit of an unpleasant cloud just about to come across the ground. We could do without that depositing anything on us. But hopefully it will blow over. There's a decent breeze here at Hobs Lane, keeping everything moving. The Oldfield Park opening batters, they are going to be Chris Dabbs and Dave Dart. And they are about to make their way onto the arena. Just a reminder that Barrow Gurney, top of Division 9 West, by 5 points from Golden Hill. We don't know whether that game has started or not. And Oldfield Park are in 4th place in this division. Yeah, I mean, what will happen is if anything goes wrong, I will pick up the book and start it from where we are. It'll be saved to where it goes wrong. Yeah, I don't. We haven't been doing the book for several weeks. I know the league say you must.
Well, I wouldn't do it. But there again, I'm not okay with that. But if you're happy,
if it goes kaput, like we have a couple of hours, I'll take it from there because we'll have the score until that point, so it should be okay. Okay?
yeah, that's
And
fine.
you can enjoy some time listening.
Visually try and sort the pattern all right.
So it's going to be Steve Owen opening the bowling from the Butcombe Village end. He's just practicing his run up there. Familiar few steps in and big leap and then some nice outswing usually. Might be a good day for swing bowling. So Chris Dabbs is on strike. He seems to be counting the fielders, making sure that Barrow haven't snuck a couple of extra ones on there. So here we go. Steve Owen to Chris Dabbs. Oh, bit short, but got away with that one, the loosener. Now the umpire's having a word with Steve Owen here. There's something about where his foot landed. Maybe he was a bit close to a no ball. Umpire's wearing a very interesting looking sort of overshirt rather than an umpire's coat, but it's quite dapper. It looks like that one swung a bit, the way keeper Phil Milton took that. So an interesting Barrow Gurney team today, a few changes, nearly always is in the second team. So Barrow's season has been blighted by injuries to wicket keepers in both teams. So Phil Milton has been up and down like a yo-yo between the first team and second team and was always due to play today as the keeper. First wide. So we've got Phil Milton keeping today, and then we've got Ben Hodges, who was first team wicketkeeper earlier in the season, who's coming back from injury. He hasn't played for the last couple of weeks and is not fully fit. We've got Jordan Allen, who was keeping regularly in the seconds and then got promoted to the first when Ben Hodges was out earlier in the season. He then promptly broke a finger and is now coming back from injury. So he made 33 with the bat last week, I think, but he's not fit to keep wicket. So that's the end of the first over, which I think was only a 5-ball over because there was a wide, and I don't think they counted the extra ball there, but we've put that down as a dot for the sake of the scorebook. So Lyndon Allway is going to open the bowling at the Rod's viewpoint end. Lyndon having a really good season, taking 19 wickets in this division. Second highest wicket taker for the Barrow team, just one behind Pete Rooney. And when he takes wickets, Lyndon, he tends to take them in clusters. So let's have a look at his field. He's got Ben Hodges in an unfamiliar position at mid-off. Paul Guards at extra cover. Abe Gibbs at cover. Will Thompson at point. Pete Rooney's at slip, the skipper. Steve Owen now is down at deep fine leg. Mark Gracie at mid-on. Oh, that's flipped down to long leg. That's going to go for 4, almost certainly. Nicely timed. Oh no, the wet ground has obviously slowed that up. That went into that little funnel area where it is a bit longer than you think down there, and the rain on the ground just slowed it up. So that was 2 runs. So Dave Dart opens his account. Yeah, so just completing that field, there is a mid-wicket and I think Dave Smith there down at deep backward, deep square leg. Not backward, I don't think. So no overs have been lost, I'm told, as a result of the delayed start. I think they're just hoping to sort of get on with it, really, and make up the time. And I think as long as the light holds, it should be okay. No run there. So Jordan Allen, backward point now. One-handed, able to pick that one up. Gosh, that was a good delivery. Beat everything. It burst through the hands of Phil Milton, though. So 2 overs gone, 3 for no wicket. Steve Owen once again getting some good support from his colleagues. So the ground is now covered in cloud, but it's moving fairly quickly, and behind that is coming some rather nice blue sky and white fluffy clouds. So things are looking hopeful. If as long as this cloud that's currently over the ground doesn't deposit too much, we should be set fair for, well, perhaps the next 45 minutes or so. I don't think there's any more rain forecast until perhaps towards the end of play. Oh, had a big go at that. No contact. Phil Milton waiting to see if he could might just overbalance and get a stumping chance. Yeah, as you can see now that the sun has broken through once more, that cloud has just drifted by. Looking rather cloudy over Long Ashton and looking over towards the Clifton Suspension Bridge. Oh, that could be a bye. No, no. Slow to set off there, so no run. End of the over, still 3 for no wicket off 3. A maiden for Steve Owen. Yesterday I was down umpiring a girls under 13 tournament at a lovely little ground in West Coker. I must admit I'd never even heard of West Coker. The other side of Yeovil. It was an awful long journey down, but it was a lovely little ground, and the hospitality was absolutely fabulous. The ladies and gentlemen of the club there, they couldn't do enough for us. There was Danish pastries and croissant on arrival, and we had a barbecue for lunch, and there was lemon drizzle cake and chocolate cake for tea. It was a really good day, and some good cricket was played as well by the girls. It was meant to be a 100-ball tournament, but it was reduced to 80 because the pitch was in use from 5 o'clock for something else. So yeah, it was a good day. It was a good day. Had the honour of umpiring with Graham Botham, brother of the other Botham you may have heard of. Played a bit of cricket yesteryear. Always nice to catch up with Graham and have a bit of a chat. One thing about cricket, it does take you to some beautiful grounds, and people always say, and of course I would agree with them, this is one of the most beautiful grounds in North Somerset. It's a lovely spot, a little hidden gem, hidden away from the main road, and that's going to be a leg bye, I think. Indeed it is. So Peter Rooney's been quite aggressive here. We've got a second slip, although he's more in a third slip position. There's a big gap between first and third slips. Will Thompson's gone in there. So it'll be interesting to see if an edge is taken, whether it'll go between those two slip fielders. Well, square on the pad. Bit of an appeal. There's going to be another leg bye. Chance of a run out. Awful throw. That was Mark Gracie. Sorry, I forgot to acknowledge the umpire's signal there because I was so busy laughing. But yeah, that was not his best moment of fielding. That was a maiden over, only the leg byes from it, so 5 for no wicket off 4. So, as usual, we've got a fair selection of dogs up here. I haven't got my dog with me today, but as one of the Oldfield Park dogs has decided to have a bit of a bark at one of his own players. So that's telling him. Okay, so Steve Owen going to continue then. Well, his third over. There's Dabbs, who's yet to get off the mark. He's tapping away at the crease. Phil Milton now standing right up to the stumps. Oh, that one bounced. Oh, that's a no ball. the umpire didn't wait very long for me to acknowledge his signals. I'm trying to score as well as I'll bore you to tears with the commentary. But I think we can say that was a no ball. His arm was out for long enough. He had warned Steve Owen that he was a bit close to the line in his first over, but so far he'd been clean on that front until just then. So wide. Oh, that's nicely played. Went with the swing and just dabbed it down. Jordan Allen, another of the wounded wicket keepers, he's at a short third man position there and used his good hand to stop that. Well, I sense that Chris Dams is getting a little frustrated now. He's not got off the mark yet. He's faced 20 balls, a magnificent 20 balls for no score. And he's certainly played a number of attacking shots, but found the fielder unremittingly. Ah, that's about better. There's a full toss, and he's got that away. And I think that's gone all the way. But the umpire is too busy talking to Steve Owen about his footwork rather than signalling 4. So yeah, don't worry, sir. I'll just assume it's 4. Ah, thank you. Better late than never, as they say. So that over finishes, and it's 11 now for no wicket off 5. Brady's signalling is shocking. It's very. It didn't see him signal a second there.
Did you hear it? It's 2 no balls.
I got the first one, but he left his arm out for about a nanosecond the first time.
Which umpire was it?
That's the one at the far end. I can go back and undo it. I was talking to him about his footwork because he wasn't signaling at all. He needs to hold the pose a bit, so I got it. He can get it. Right, so we've just had a slight correction to the score. It's 12 for no wicket. So that ball that went for 4 in the previous over was apparently signalled, albeit very fleetingly, a no ball, so just correcting the score there. So it's 12 for no wicket. That must have been all I saw was the umpire talking to Steve Owen about his feet, not signalling for, but we got there in the end. So Lyndon Allway continuing. That's going to be at least one. It's flipped off his hip there. Dave Dart now goes on to 3. Oh, that was a good ball, a good Yorker, and well dug out. Very well dug out. Oh, that's gone right through him. And that's another 5 ball over. $13 for no wicket off 6. So news from Division 4, which is the Barrow Gurney first team's division, are that Barrow Gurney first team not playing. Their game was abandoned or cancelled rather by Old Bees due to a waterlogged square and an outfield. But there is a play elsewhere in that division. Blagden are at home to Bristol Lions. Bristol Lions 13 for no wicket off 4. And Bedminster are at home to Winterbourne. Winterbourne 10 for no wicket off 3. So those two games are being played. Looks like Long Ashton have been rained off against Uni Staff there. So Long Ashton, well, they're in second place. They can't be touched for second place now. With Barrow's game also rained off, they can't make any progress there. More than a win behind. So Barrow will be looking over their shoulders at Bristol Sri Lankans and Bedminster to see how they do, and if they can overtake Barrow in third place there, with only getting 6 points from the cancelled game. And then Barrow first play their last league game of the season here next Saturday against Blagden. So another maiden for Steve Owen. 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 8 from him. Apart from a little trouble with the no balls, the front foot, he's bowled in his usual metronomic way. Bit of outswing, beaten the bat a couple of times. So Lyndon always going to continue from the rod's viewpoint end. Rod's viewpoint currently occupied by producer Josh Hall and dog Juno. There's no run there. It's nicely guided away. Only going to be a single though to Chris Dabbs. I think Jordan Allen got a hand to that at backward point. His good hand. So just a shout out to fixture secretary Paul Mizzen, who's I believe watching this at home. So I hope you're enjoying it, Miz. Nice to speak to you earlier. Nice looking shot for no run. And I'm glad you missed me on commentary last week. I was, of course, umpiring the game here between Barrow and Chilcompton. On rather surprisingly, I hadn't come here intending to umpire, but ended up doing the full game. Barrow lost, of course. I had to end the game by giving my own son run out at the bowler's end. Landing in a heap at my feet. It was not the most glorious of endings to the game, but still, there we are. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Just rock back and hit that through extra cover, and that's going to go for 4, yes. Beautiful shot, that. Beautiful shot. Found that part of the boundary where it cuts in around the net area. Well, that just made sure it went for 4. I think if it had been slightly squarer, it might not have made it up the slightly longer distance to the boundary board. Slowing down on the wet outfield. I mean, the outfield here is normally like a billiard table, but obviously it is still a bit damp on top. Okay, so we're going to have a 7-ball over here. Make up for the 5-ball over before, perhaps. I'll flash it. No, there was another no ball, was there? I didn't get that, but it's a 7-ball over, so that explains it. Which one was the no ball? It doesn't really matter. I can just.
Mike, tell Rick.
If I put it down as a no ball 4. Guard. Guard. It's guard. So can I just what do you so should he be on 11 or should he be on 15? Because there were 2 4s and hang on. What? No, I've got him on the I've got him on the 2 4s. I've got the 2 4s. Yeah. And this is guard now. Yeah, sorry, I'm up to date. That's 2 balls, 2 dots. I could. He doesn't signal. I mean, I haven't had the signals are not long enough. They need to wait for the light.
Well, I told Mike a near umpire, but I told him to tell Rick the far one.
Fair enough.
It's a bit difficult to shout across when.
Exactly. Fair enough. Right, I think we're.
I get him to do it after the end.
We don't normally bowl this many no balls, so it's quite surprising. So, but, anyway, I'm up to date now. We're okay. We're all good. Feel free to come and tell me if anything funny happens.
Well, the umpire's telling me he's
Yeah.
a lot more alert than normal.
Well, he can see the scoreboard, so he'll know if it's not gone on. It's It's all linked in, so that's fine. I'm happy to be told. Well, there was an appeal there. This is Paul Gard who's come on to bowl. There was an appeal. He was sort of half forward, I think. It wasn't a full stride, and he's a tall guy, but he's been given LBW, and that's an early wicket for Paul Gard. Thank you very much. So far, they're coming up in the order they're on play cricket, but obviously that may not last. No. Thank you.
That's an approximation of what I thought it could be, but it will always change according to circumstances.
Of course.
And I'm not the captain. But I put down what it could have been.
I put ours on in alphabetical order because that's the way they come up.
Yeah, I put it on, and sometimes you strike lucky because if you're trying to put it on to play cricket, like normally I have to do it from scorecard.
Yeah.
It does help if a lot of it is done. So just putting it in random will give you a bit of work to have to. Oh, I've got to change that number and that number,
Yeah,
whatever
yeah.
which you don't do with score live.
No.
It's fun.
Change it as we go along.
Yeah. It just sort of helps a little bit.
Yeah, it can take a while doing it manually.
Yeah.
Okey-doke. Thank you. Give me a shout if anything else happens. This is Dave Smith, if you're interested. Well, it's a double change. Dave Smith is now going to come on from the rod's viewpoint end, bowling left arm around. Oh, one popped up a little bit there to Dave Dart. The new batsman is Duncan Nash. Currently at the non-strikers end. Certainly Paul Gar got through his over very quickly. He's had quite a successful season, 15 wickets before this game, so another one to add to his tally. Well, it was short. Got away with that. So for Dave Smith, left arm round, not much change in the field. We've got no deep square leg now. We've just got the one slip. Packed offside field, which is why he's bowling down the leg side. So apart from the slip, he's got a short third man, a point, a cover point, extra cover mid-off, short mid-wicket, and Steve Owen square leg, and a man on the 45. It's more a leg gully actually. That's a wide. So that's going to bring Duncan Nash on to strike. Yeah, it's a very unusual position. There's Will Thompson there at really it's a leg gully position. It's not the 45. He's there. I think he's there for the one that comes off the glove, or maybe the glance that's hits high on the bat. But Inventive field placing here from Peter Rooney. Quick single. With a black cloud coming over the ground at the moment. The sun's just gone in, but I think it's okay. I think it's going to blow over. More blue sky behind. And there is that man at the leg gully position coming into play. I don't think he's there for the one that comes off the pad, but anyway, he fields it successfully. There's no run. End of the over, 27 for 1 now off 10. So Paul Gard continuing after that successful first over. Won't invalidate it, but it means you won't get it free. You'll have to pay for it. End of the over, 28 for 1. So Dave Smith coming in, short again, on a wide. Oh, that was a good delivery. Good comeback there. That was full, and Duncan Nash only just got the bottom of the bat on that as he was attempting a flamboyant drive through the covers. A few words from Ben Hodges. That's nicely bowled, well played. Duncan Nash got a nice flourish after he plays his shots. Nice follow through. So that's the end of the over, the 12th, and it's 29 for 1 here at Hobs Lane. No other information about games going on in this division. Games we're trying to keep an eye on are Golden Hill versus Frenchay. That's showing us in progress but no scores, which means that may or may not have started. Tamil Nadu, well, they're meant to be playing Lodway at home, but they play on the Old Bees ground, and Old Bees called their game off against our first team, so it makes you wonder whether that game is going ahead or not. Anyway, Paul Guard's going to continue here, we do know, and he's going to be bowling to Dave Dart. And he's finding a nice line and length here, is Gardy. So for Gardy, we've got a couple of men out. One of whom is just not going to quite get round to that. No, he doesn't. So we've got Lyndon Allway is sort of fielding by the net area at deep backward square, but that was fine of him. Steve Owens on the 45. It sort of went to his left, went and hit the picket fence. Ben Hodges is also quite deep at long on. And there's a fielder by the scoreboard at sort of cow corner with his hands on his hips. Can't quite tell who that is out there by the scoreboard. Oh, bit uppish, but safe enough as it happens. That's the end of that over. 33 for 1 now. Nash on 2, Darts on 15. It's taking quite a while to make those 15. Bowling figures so far: Steve Owen 4 overs, none for 8. Lyndon Allway 4 overs, none for 13. Paul Guard 3 overs, 1 for 5. And Dave Smith is just about to start his 3rd over so far, none for 5. . Nicely turned away for a single. Steve Owen gets the big boot out there to stop that at the 45. Well, the ground looking a picture despite the overnight rain, and preparations well in hand for the big game on Monday here at Hobs Lane. The MCC visiting, captained by Justin Yao of Congresbury. Looking forward to welcoming the MCC on Monday for an 11 o'clock start, a timed game. So there'll be a morning session, an afternoon session, and an evening session, declaration game, if it comes to it. 20 overs in the last hour. We've got Poppy and Boo Pizza Company coming to supply pizzas for the players, and also at a modest charge for the spectators and guests. Game sponsored by CI Connect, whose sponsorship we very much warmly welcome and thank them for. And seems to be a good day. The weather forecast looks okay so far, not basking in tropical heat, but I think it's forecast is certainly better than it is for today, and all set fair for a good day. Plenty of parking available in the adjacent field. Which until recently has been occupied by some young cows. They've vacated now. Ready for Monday. I'd like to welcome many visitors, villagers, past players, local players, dignitaries. Everybody's welcome to Hobs Lane on Monday for that MCC game. Barrow Gurney have announced the team. About as strong a team as they can put out, given the injuries and various things that have been afflicted the squad this season. $35 for 1 off 14. So this Oldfield Park batting line proving rather obdurate. Now Ben Hodges is sort of warming up and stretching his arms out. I would have thought he's going to bowl. After all, he's a wicket keeper normally. Has bowled in the second 11 previously, not in previous years, but I think he's probably just loosening up. Meanwhile, Paul Guard's going to continue. To Duncan Nash. He's being very watchful. Oh, he's gone for that, Ben Hodges. No run at all there. It's gone right to long on, but it went at such pace that there wasn't an opportunity for them to run a single there. Very short, straight boundaries here at Hobs Lane. Ooh, that was a bit shorter. Went for the cut. So that's the end of that over. 35 for 1. It was a maiden by Paul Gard. He's second in 4 overs. And Barrow really need to find a way to break this partnership. 35 for 1. Well, the game's hardly getting away from them. It's fairly slow going, but bonus points important. Dave Smith. So it looks more dangerous and he bowls the ball full. Deceptive arm action. Awkward angle left arm round at that pace. I think it's going to come in perhaps a bit more than it does sometimes. Oh, and then that one either held its line or slightly went away. So that MCC game I was talking about, more in a moment. Hoping I'll be joined in the commentary box by a few guests and friends, and we're hoping to, weather permitting, have a slightly enhanced coverage, extra camera, so we can see when the balls hit out of the sort of central area, and extra microphones and what have you. So hopefully that will be all in place, ready for Monday, Bank Holiday Monday. Barrow Gurney's 150th anniversary year. This is very much going to be the highlight. We've got an anniversary quiz coming up on Friday the 6th of September with Rich Miz the Quiz hosting. That'll be up here at the pavilion, so those of you who like a good quiz, he always does a good quiz. And then on 21st of September we've got our anniversary dinner and prize giving. It's going to be at Knoll Golf Club, so need to get your booking in for that. £29.50, cheap at half the price, as they say. End of that over. Still 35 for 1. So sort of this innings is not going nowhere slowly at the moment. Umpire's hobbling off. Looks like he's injured himself umpiring. He's really struggling there. He's sort of limping off. Well, and now he's replaced by Chris Dabbs, the opening batsman who was dismissed. He's all got a knee brace and he's hobbling on, so it doesn't look in any greater state than the departing umpire. Well, they're all right, but anyway, cricket continues. It's the bails have blown off, or is Paul Gard doing the Stuart Broad trick of reversing the bails? I don't know. Anyway, he's coming on to bowl. Oh, no, he's not. He's now putting his hat down behind the stumps. I don't know why he's putting it down there, as the umpire's not holding it, but well, it's all sorted now. Finally, he's going to deliver it. Right, back on the money. Well, that's gone through everything. I think that might be a buy. We'll have a look. Or was it a bit of glove involved? No, it was a buy. So we've had the full range of extras, more or less, now. Another big appeal. And another LBW. Well, he went for the sweep shot. He planted his front foot. Both keeper and bowler were very, very keen on it, and yes, he's been dismissed. LBW bowl guard for 15 there, Dave Dart. So Alex Carr is the new batsman. So that's the first point, bowling point there for Barrow Gurney. Two for five now, Paul Guard. Tossing up the ball, waiting to see if he can add to that tally now against Alex Carr. A bit of an open stance by the look of it. Sorry if you're getting any noise over the effect microphone. The wind is freshening at the moment. It's keeping all the clouds moving, which is good news. Well, squirted off an edge. Dave Smith's going to pick that up, just a single. And 37 for 2 then off 17. The game's progressed a little bit in that over. Dave Smith to continue from the Rod's viewpoint end. The wind really is freshening now. It's beginning to quite breezy here in the commentary box. Can hear the trees rustling. So I guess for the effects mic it's probably sounds even worse, so apologies for that. Not an awful lot we can do about the wind. Right, that's knocked away. Good hand by that sort of leg gully position of Will Thompson. Stops it going for any more than one. dug that one out. So don't forget, you can get involved in this commentary. You can text me, you can email me, barrowgurneycricket@gmail.com. Ooh, short. Got away with that one. Just keeping Phil Milton honest behind the stumps. Seems to be the last wicketkeeper left standing, Phil Milton, so we don't want him to get injured. That was an abortive attempt there. Dead ball signal from the umpire. He's lost his run up there. Getting some advice from Ben Hodges. I'm not sure what he knows about bowling left arm round, but still. There we go. Oh my goodness, he almost played that on. That's run down to the base of the stumps. Well, that would have been a really unfortunate way to get out. As it is, it's just the end of the over. 18 now gone, 38 for 2. We'll be heading towards drinks soon. All guard again. Amazingly, Sri Lanka are still going in the test match. Now nearly 200 ahead. Well, providing a bit more of a challenge to the England team than the West Indies did. Oh, that's got to be good for test cricket. More importantly, at my old stomping ground, Scarborough, the old North Marine Road ground. What a lovely, lovely ground that is to watch and play cricket at. Yorkshire are playing Sussex there. Got Sussex on the rack, I'm pleased to say. 4 down in their second innings, and they're still 45 behind Yorkshire's first innings score. So Yorkshire not had a great time of it in the county championship in the second division, which is not really where they should be. Certainly not where I want to see them. This is a quick run. Will Thompson, very quick, but he was home for a single off the last ball of the over. 39 for 2 now, 19 gone. Yeah, I used to spend a lot of my youth watching cricket at Scarborough. The popular stand, benches, no backs, tiered benches. When I got a bit older, I was able to get into the Trafalgar Square end. Get a seat somewhere near behind the bowler's arm. That's a full toss, but he got away with that. Steve Owen did well. Hit straight to him. Yes, it's sad that Scarborough no longer have the cricket festival. 10 days of cricket we used to have, with a county championship game in there and a game against the touring team. There was always a TN Pierce's 11 against the touring team. They're like a one-day competition. The Fenners Trophy. And, well, it used to be great. 10 days of cricket and beginning of September, end of August, beginning of September. Band would play during the afternoon session. Right, he's got a single there, coming back for 2. Paul Guard slipped there as he picked up the ball. So that's 2 to Alex Carr. Yeah, it was always a great occasion. I miss it very much, and so it's just been reduced to a championship fixture now. Right, there's a quick single there. And Ben Hodges is quite deep. So, one more ball to drinks, I think. It's well bowled and well played. So that is 42 for 2, and indeed, the players are going to take a drink, and so am I. Back shortly. You're watching Barrow Gurney Television coming live from Hobs Lane. So welcome back to Hobs Lane as the play restarts after drinks. With Paul Guard continuing where he left off. At least he'd be hoping he did. He's taken 2 for 7 so far. He's bowling to Alex Carr. Well, this is a Division 9 West game between Barrow Gurney second 11 and Oldfield Park, which started 20 minutes late due to time taken really to get the covers off. Well, it's a full toss, that's going to go away down to deep backward square. Linden all the way there. Saves 4, only a single. There's Duncan Nash back onto strike. Yes, there was a lot of overnight rain, which stopped about midday-ish. I arrived at the ground about 20 past 12, I suppose, expecting it to be a lot wetter than it was. There was a bit of surface water, but it was nothing too squishy or well, nothing to worry about anyway. And with the sun out, it was always going to dry fairly quickly, which it did. Took a little while to get the covers off. We had the big blue roll-on covers covering the strip, which is going to be used for the MCC fixture, and then we all had the old-fashioned sheet, which that was the quicker ball, well bowled, no run. End of the over, 43 for 2. So the sheet had to be removed fairly carefully to avoid any spillage of the excess water, and then the toss was done. Barrow Gurney won the toss, decided to field first, and we got underway about 20 past 1, I think. Dave Smith's going to continue from the Rod's viewpoint end. And I have to say the pitch has played fine. There's been nothing untoward. An odd ball, one I can recall, popped slightly at the bowling to the far end. Commentary box is at the same end as Dave Smith is running in from now. Although I'm a sort of extra cover position really to the pitch. And the outfield has been fine really, a little slower than normal because of the rain. But Barrow seemed to have coped with the ball being a bit wet. Oh, that's swept away beautifully. That's surely going to go all the way. Yes, it's gone for 4. It's hit the board now. So that was a nice shot there by Alex Carr, who moves into double figures. And there's going to be a hiatus while they dig the ball out from the hedgerow. Steve Owens on his knees there, digging the ball out. Abe Gibbs well round, cut that one off. And quick single, Duncan Nash is struggling but have made it. Good work there from Ben Hodges. another quick single. Definite signs of intent now from Oldfield Park that to get on with it after drinks. Looking a lot more urgency in the running. Oh, that's another poor delivery, and that's been flipped away for 4. Nice little shot. Far too short in this over, Dave Smith. And that is the 50 up. In the 20, at the end of the 22nd over, in 77 minutes, it's now 53 for 2 off 22. I think a bowling change may be in order at the Rod's viewpoint end, but we'll wait and see. Well, Paul Gall got away with that one. A rare loose delivery from him. He's bowled very, very accurately. Very well. 2 wickets, both LBW. A couple of rather disgruntled batsmen, I understand, talking to them at the drinks break. But none of us batsmen like to believe we're out LBW. Although there have been times when I have almost walked because I didn't realise I'd been stranded. But that's a lovely shot through the covers. Now that's got a long way to travel down that hill, although it is downhill. It's not going to get there. They're coming back. That's Mark Gracie down there. And that's 3 runs. So Paul Gall coming to the end of his spell here. One more to come. Oh, the reverse sweep, and that's very effective. He's got all of that, and that's gone away for 4. Well, he's waited to the last ball of Guard's spell to do that, and I'm sure that will not have brought a smile to Gardy's face. And anyway, rather spoiled his figures there. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 15, and bowled very well. In the Test match, Sri Lanka lost their last 2 wickets, and England are now chasing 205 to win, I gather. So that's about to start shortly. But Dave Smith is going to bowl his 8th over. I've seen Will Thompson loosening up, so I think he might be getting a go in a moment. He's currently doing a double teapot at Leg Gully, where he's been stood for quite a while to Dave Smith. I'm not 100% certain why. He certainly bowled quite a lot of deliveries down the leg side, a few of them on the short side, but I'm not sure that that's he's likely to get a catch at Leg Gully off those sorts of deliveries. There's surely more there for the one that rears up and perhaps gloves him, or in fact he's slightly deeper now from a Leg Gully. He's probably not quite in a catching position. He's more short, fine leg now. Right, they've got 1. They're coming back for 2 after that nice punch shot through the covers. Carr had to hurry, but he got back safely. definitely more urgency in the running since the drinks break. Yeah, Will Thompson's waving his arms around, doing some stretching exercises. Oh, and he's bowled him. He's bowled him. That one wasn't as short as Duncan Nash thought it was. He's bowled several short deliveries, and both batsmen have helped themselves to nice boundaries down to the long leg area. But that one wasn't quite so short. But Nash went for the same shot, swivelled. And that bowled him sort of middle stump. So Dave Smith strikes in his last over. Lovely. So Scott Wright is the new batsman, just taking guard. He's enjoyed a successful season with the bat and ball for Oldfield Park. I think I'm right in saying he's put over 400 runs in the season so far, so a top batter. Oh, they go up for a caught behind straight away. The umpire didn't look terribly interested. In fact, he couldn't have looked any less interested if he tried, sort of wandering off, turning his back on proceedings, having a little potter around, and then back to his mark. He certainly wasn't going to entertain any thought that that might have been out. It wasn't a big shout, to be honest. So that concludes Dave Smith's spell. 8 overs, 2 maidens. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 23. Striking in that over. Put on wicket there. And Oldfield Park are 62 for 3 now off 24. And after all that stretching and what have you, it is going to be Will Thompson. Well, he's just been bowling a few balls to Mark Gracie at mid-off. He's ready now, and in he comes. So, feeling his side already. He's only bowled 1 ball. So he's got a little bit of pace about him, Will. Useful bowler. Can be a little bit erratic at times, but then can't we all? No, he's definitely not happy. There's a bit of a delay because the ball's going around the inner ring and Paul Guard dropped it and it ran about 20 yards away from him. So I think that's more the reason for the delay than the side strain. Now that's been hit straight at Steve Owen. Absolutely straight at him, and he got the full body behind that. He's having a bit of a chuckle about it. Well done, Big Steve. The sorts of ones that either you want them to come right at you, or they want them to miss you by about 5 yards, so you don't have to stretch. Yep, there's going to be a single there. Mark Grace is scurrying after that. Oh, there's going to be more than one. They're coming back for two. They'll get them comfortably. Two to Alex Carr. Slipped on a 22 almost unnoticed now. I see a lesser spotted Phil Taylor. Dressed all in green today. He's always wearing vibrant colours. No, I didn't get anything on that. I think he was through that too early, Alex Carr. Well, a little bit uppish, but he's got through for a single. Well, the end of Will Thompson's first over, 3 off it, 65 for 3. So, will it be the skipper? I think it might be the skipper. Going to bowl. Much underused this year. Quick single there. Another one of those that popped up there from the at that end. Peter Rooney bowling now. Another appeal. Well, 2 LBWs already in this innings. We've had 2 successful appeals. 26 gone, 66 for 3 after that first Peter Rooney over. So it's nice to see Phil the Power Tailor here, as I say, resplendent in green today, Phil. Yes, very nice. Green racing shorts and, oh, we've got green trainers he's showing me. My goodness, he's just given me an apple. This is a windfall from his apple tree. It's
fell with the wind in the last couple of days.
Yeah, well, I bet they've blown them all off. And this one's had a bit of an accident with the pavement, but I've been reliably informed if I don't eat that bit, it should be fine. So I'm going to have that after my sandwich, which is being fetched by number 1 daughter. Well, number 3 daughter actually, but number 1 cricketing daughter.
She's gone to the shop.
She's gone to the shop to with my producer to go and get some sustenance. Cause, yes, and Juno's here with us. Aren't you, Juno's? That's going out live. Don't disrespect my daughter's dog, Phil. That's he's not smelly. He's lovely. He's a gorgeous. He's been ever so good.
He is good.
Yeah, Bernie will give you a telling off, you know.
He's been out in the rain. He's been out in the rain.
Well, he probably was out in the rain earlier. But, oh, that's short. Oh, that's brilliantly taken by Phil Milton. Brilliantly taken, but everybody now looking a little bit stunned. Thought that came off the bat or a glove, or certainly Phil Milton did. But no, well, nothing given. The batsman remains unmoved. Umpire's unmoved. Fielders look stunned. Phil looks disappointed because it would have been an absolutely sensational catch. But not to be. So we reset and we go again. Well, that's an interesting piece of play. That's a no ball, flipped up over mid-on's head, and then there's potentially a run out. But the run out wasn't given. I got the no ball. There was a lot going on there, wasn't there? So that ended up as 2 runs to Alex Carr. And Scott Wright was almost in trouble there with that run out. Just made his ground. Oh, beat him. Oh, Phil Taylor's going to get a cup of tea. Well, how rare. Yeah, oh, thank you. Yes, I would. Strongish, please. No sugar.
No sugar and milk. Yes.
Yeah, but strongish. Yes. Not too much milk. Thank you very much. Yes, that would be very nice. So Phil Taylor duly dispatched there to get me some tea. Well, an eventful over that one from Will Thompson. It all happened. No ball, shot in the air, near run out. Brilliant diving catch that wasn't. That might have been. Who knows? Well, suddenly after sort of 20 overs of relatively dull cricket, it's all came into life in that over. 27 gone, 69 for 3 is the situation. Right, well, news of Golden Hill is that their game was abandoned or not played. 6 points. So they will potentially, if Barrow Gurney go on to win this game, fall further behind. So this Barrow have a chance here of almost. Oh, that was a great throw. A great throw. But no, another near, but not so far. Scott Wright gets off the mark. So we just need to know whether Tamil Nadu have played or not. But so Golden Hill currently 1 point ahead of Barrow Gurney. In fact, they're level because Barrow have got a bowling point here. So anything else that Barrow get out of this game will be their lead over Golden Hill going into the final fixture. So Peter Rooney striving for another breakthrough, which he gets courtesy of a rang long hop. Oh my goodness me. Now, Dave Smith bowled 2 or 3 of those and they were dispatched to the boundary. And he must be heartbroken to see Rooney's bowled one at half his pace, and Alex Carr has hit that straight to Will Thompson on the 45. Oh dear, oh dear. And he doesn't look very happy with him. He could have just about hit that anywhere, except where the place he did hit it. But shame he played well for his 26. So Ian Parsons now coming to the crease. Change of umpire. While that goes on, he's going to get a briefing from Scott Wright, who's probably going to say something along the lines of "Don't get out to the long hop on leg stump." I mean, that was hit straight at Will Thompson. He sort of took it, or sort of clutched it to his chest, really, to the Capio logo on his shirt, and did quite well because he hit it quite hard, but it was straight to him. So Pete Rooney continues his successful season with the ball. One of the top wicket takers in this division, despite the fact he's kept wicket half the time when he's been playing. So, and that's possibly why. Golden arm Rooney. Mr. Captain, here he comes again. Well, having had that success, he's completely lost his radar now, on 2 wides in a row. Oh, this is Division 9 West cricket for you at its best. Come on, skipper. Oh, you see, when he gets it right, it's very dangerous, but that's gone through for 4 somethings, 4 byes. Well, I think that virtually bowled him. I think that was. I think it's usually those that the keeper thinks it's going to hit the stumps. Those are the ones that run away for byes. 76 for 4 now. Oldfield Park. So Barrow got a second bowling point. I don't know what's happened to my sandwich. It seems to be taking a hell of a long time coming. Oh, he's strong-armed that for 4. Exactly. Good description, Phil. Straight, flat bag.
Horizontal, flat batting, straight back.
It was a bludgeon. Not a thing of beauty, but very effective. And that's the end of the over. So 80 for 4. Oldfield Park, 28 gone now. Ah, my sandwich is returning.
Oh, wow.
I wonder where they... I just was musing where they... It's a big bag of sandwiches. Well, it is for 3 of us. It's not all for me. And allegedly, Juno, there's a treat for you in there. Yes. So he's looking very pleased about that. So, meanwhile, Will Thompson's going to continue from the Buckham Village end.
Buckham Village.
Yeah.
Buckham is that way, isn't it, as well?
Well, is Buckham that direction?
5 miles that way, yeah.
I mean, no, it's called the Village Buckham Village end because they sponsor us, not because it's...
It's more that way. So it's
All right, well, we could...
slightly closer that end.
Well, perhaps next year we'll suggest they sponsor the scoreboard and it'll be more in the right direction, shall we? But
What was I going to say about Yeah,
you're going out live here, Phil, although you probably can't hear you.
I was going to say something about tea. But
Something about tea. Well, you were talking about walking like an Egyptian a minute ago. Egyptian tea.
Egyptian tea, yeah. Very sweet.
Very sweet. Oh, I couldn't bide that. That's another wide. So, dinner sandwiches have arrived. They've got 6 points, so as long as we get more than 6 points, we open up our lead. Oh, that's a nice shot. That's 4. That was a pleasing shot. Nice pull shot there. Down the leg side again, but he got away with that one. Well, another short ball. Only one this time. Big loud chord of stay there from Ian Parsons. Yeah. 87 for 4 then of 29 here at Hobs Lane. On this very breezy afternoon now, it's blowing a gale. You can see the wind ruffling through Peter Rooney's hair. There we are, look at that ruffling. He has got a good head of hair for his age. Yes, Phil, well, that's true.
Even less of it now.
You had a haircut. Yes, very smart, very streamlined for the cycling.
I have to wear a hat now, otherwise I get sunstroke.
Well, I've had to wear a hat for many a year. I've not been blessed with a full head of hair since my 20s, but there we go. So, what's this over going to deliver up? We're going to have a change in the field. Abe Gibbs is being dispatched to the deep mid-wicket boundary. We've got a mid-on, sort of a straightish mid-wicket, orthodox square leg. Will Thompson on that 45, where he took that great catch. That's gone away for 4.
Oh,
I think he's been kicked for 4. No wides. Right, and I think the fielder may have hurt himself down there. This is going to be a quick single. So it's all motoring along now. Another LBW shout. I think Peter Rooney quite fancied that by his reaction there. It was a bit of a tentative looking prod at that. Certainly didn't hit bat, but umpire unmoved. Oh, has that bowled him? I think it has. I couldn't see because Mark Gracie at extra cover was between me and the striker there, but stumps are broken and he's walking off. I think that's bowled him. And Rooney strikes again, and that's Scott right. So Alex Daniels is the new batsman. As Oldfield Park lose their 5th wicket. So Peter Rooney in the wickets again, a little bit expensive, but he's getting the wickets, which is important. 5 down now. Wind freshening yet again. It really is blowing a gale here up at Hobs Lane, which is quite exposed for those of you who know the ground. The wind is rushing through the trees, and well, it's keeping all the clouds moving, which the clouds are mainly light, white and fluffy now. Certainly the darker clouds have gone. Full toss. It's going to go for 4. So I guess Alex Daniels off the mark. .97 for 5 off 30. So Will Thompson will continue from the Buckham Village end. So no standout performers for the Lilies side, a man of the match yet. The early contenders will be Paul Garb, it's 2 for 15. Peter Rooney's got 2 wickets, so he's got power to add. Whereas Gardy's bowled out, so we'll see. The Lilies side are very kindly donating a pint of their finest fruit cider to the player of the match. That's short, and that's gone straight to square leg. And even with a broken finger, Jordan Allen isn't going to miss that. And that was very, very well taken. And that's the 6th wicket down. Well, I mean, Jordan had little time to think about that. It was hit straight to him at sort of catchable height, and he probably didn't have time to think to get his finger out of the way, but he took it well. So Mike Tolley is the new batsman. He's out there to take guard, interestingly with one hand behind his back. Interesting. But he's getting ready. He's also counting the fielders to check where everybody is. So it was Will Thompson's first success of the afternoon. There's a couple more visitors here. First team captain Connor Jones come up for the afternoon. Their game being cancelled. With Dan Tallamy, nice to see him. Long time no see. So nice to see them come up to support the twos. Dan Tallamy, somebody who's played a few games for Barrow, but not as many as he should have done, in my opinion. But he has other things to do. Not everybody's cricket mad, but Connor Jones, first team captain, pretty successful season with the ones this year. Nice that he's come up to watch the twos. Could be an important game in the context of their season. Going for the quick single, my word, a direct hit, and I think that would have been gone. But Tolley's off the mark with one. Another short one, and that's been put through extra cover beautifully for 4. Yeah, nicely done. So Alex Daniels moves on to 8, both boundaries, and the 100 comes up for Oldfield Park in the end of the 31st over. 117 minutes. So it's been relatively slow going here. At 2 hours gone in this innings. We started late at 20 past 1. And since that time, 31 overs being bowled. Which is a reasonable over rate, but it's certainly not quick. Peter Rooney coming back on. Handed his son out to the umpire. Just waiting for the ball. And Mike Tolley now is going to take strike. There he is again with that unusual. He puts his right arm behind his back, holds the bat with his left arm while he takes guard. That's quite unusual. Well, now he's counting the fielders again. Still only 11, Mike. Right, here we go. Peter Rooney, left arm round. Oh, and he pins him with a full bunger. Yes, I think he has. It had the look of one. It was one of the, it was a full toss. It was there for the shot, and he played all around it. And well, it's a full toss. All the ball has to do is go on and hit the stumps. You have to assume it's going to go on in a straight line. And yeah, I'm afraid he was dead in the water there. Oh, what a shame! What a shame. Third LBW in the innings, so shows the advantage of bowling straight, I suppose. So Adrian Dagger, the new batsman for Oldfield Park. And Peter Rooney picks up his third wicket, so making a late run for the pint of Lily's cider. Three for 18 now. Oh, that was a nice shot for no run. Hit Lyndon Allway on the knee there. So with the arrival of Adrian Dagger at the crease, I'm tempted to get all Shakespearean. Is this a dagger I see before me? Sure he says that a few times. No run there. Rooney's doing alright with his rather innocuous looking left arm. Oh, that's a top edge. And running in, it's put down. Ben Hodges has dropped it and there's going to be a run out. Oh my goodness, he thought he was out caught. Goodness me. Oh, what a mix-up. Everybody stood looking at each other. I think the fielders are suggesting they ought to call Adrian Dagger back because he clearly was under the impression that the ball had been caught. He definitely left his crease. The Yeah, so he's been called back. He's been called back, and that's a good bit of sportsmanship there by the Barrow team. I mean, he clearly was under the impression the ball had been caught. Ben Hodges ran in, he spilled the ball as he fell, sort of jarred his elbows. Adrian Dagger was sort of stood in the middle, in fact, pretty much where he is now, and the ball was sort of looped in, and he was run out by Phil Milton. There's still a debate going on as to what's happening here. It seems to me that some of the Barrow fielders called him back. Maybe not all of them are in agreement. He's still not really sure whether he's in or out. Steve Owen says, yes, you're in, carry on.
They must have had a vote on it.
And yeah, that is the end of the over. My word, that was a bit of a shambles, but it ended with a very sporting piece of behaviour by the Barrow team. And that was a wicket maiden in the end anyway for Pete Rooney. And there's a change of bowling to add to all the excitement as Lyndon Allway comes back, this time at the far end, the Buckham Village end. Oh, that was on with Bernie. Yeah, that's right. Yes, it was Bernie. Yeah, she said about it. So that was another wide. My word. That absolutely flew through off an edge. That absolutely flew through. Well, we've had some very interesting cricket in the last few overs. It's after a very dull first 20, and all sorts of things seem to have been happening. Oh, he almost chopped that on as well. Adrian Dagger's leading a bit of a charmed life here. Meanwhile, if possible, the wind gets even stronger. Oh, Lyndon always bowling with some great pace here, fizzing it through. So that's the end of that over. 33rd, 109 for 7 now. Well, we'll see what happens in Peter Rooney's next over. Can it be any more eventful than the last? I think not. Alex Daniels now on strike. Squirted away. I think there's only going to be a single as Jordan Allen comes round to field. Well, that was a good foot there from Pete Rooney, saving any damage. $110 for 7 off 34. So 6 overs to go. Beautiful blue sky overhead. Fluffy clouds in the distance, but no sign of any of the that rain. Steve Owens stretching out. Whether he's been given the nod, he's going to roll a couple more overs. He's just gone to deep fine leg at the moment. Bales have blown off again, which is hardly surprising. It really is blowing an absolute gale here at Hobs Lane. In fact, the picture's doing very well not to be more sort of have more vibration on that, given whether the camera's fixed to the sight screen, which obviously vibrates a little bit. So into Norway was wide and quick. Tall chap, Alex Daniels. But trying to play with a straight bat. That was quick. That seems that the bounce seemed to surprise Phil Milton there. Did well to stop that. Oh, that's a nice shot. through the covers. It's not going to go all the way. Abe Gibbs is quickly after it. Come back for 2. Oh, that's almost a catch to Rooney at slip there. He went to deflect it, but he came off an edge. And Rooney was diving. Ended up with Dave Smith at short third man, stopping that one. So there's no run. Oh, full toss. Now that's hit away, but it's only going to be a single. Abe Gibbs coming round. Quickly gets the ball in. 114 for 7 then off 35. So we've got 5 overs to go. I'm assuming that Lyndon Allway will bowl 2 overs from the far end. But it is going to be Steve Owen changing ends. And he's going to come on and bowl potentially the last 3 overs from this Rod's viewpoint end. He's just going to have a practice run in as he usually does. There we are. And he bowls the ball to Dave Smith. He looks a little bit stiff. He's already at. Oh, I can recognise him. So Steve, it's been wicketless today. Normally when I'm here watching the twos, Steve's usually in the wickets. So it's about time he came to the party. So 3 to take. Oh, that was very wide. Yeah, it's called. Can't be easy bowling with this great wind blowing across the ground. This is probably the opposite wind to what Steve Owen would like, because he's by natural action he's an outswing bowler, but he's got an absolute gale blowing at him from sort of the cover region, so he's going to blow the ball back into the batsman if anything. Oh, that was nicely bowled. That's a nice shot. Ben Hodges after that. Sliding stop. Only going to get 2. Good bit of fielding there from Ben Hodges. Not bad for a wicket keeper. So 117 for 7. 4 overs to go before tea. So things slowing down a little bit in the field. Coming up to 2.5 hours. Still got 4 overs to bowl. Seems to be taking an age getting the field right in this over. We've got 2 slips now. We've got Rooney at first slip. Will Thompson, hands on his thighs. He's at sort of a 3rd slip area, I would say. Although interestingly, he seems to be behind. He seems to be further back than the first slip, which is not conventional, but not a regular slipper, of course. Will Thompson. So Adrian Dagger on strike. Having been given that very sporting opportunity to continue his innings by the Barrow fielders, after a bit of a misunderstanding as to whether the ball had been caught or not. Now here's another attempt at a run out, and this time there will be no reprieve because he was out of his crease. Genuinely, I think we're going to call that a stumping, because he was out of his crease because of the momentum of the big shot that he played, and Phil Milton gathered the ball, threw down the stumps. So Adrian Dagger was stumped by Phil Milton there. So Phil Herbert comes in, following that swift bit of work from Phil Milton. 8 wickets down now, so 4 bowling points for Barrow Gurney. Phil Herbert's batting in a rather nice looking hat. Really wishing he had a helmet on. That's a no ball. So, there's Norway wiping the sweat off his brow. Looking forward to maybe another scalp or 2 before this innings closes. It was a much slower ball, that. Spot Debbie Forge, who's a regular scorer. She's been dog sitting for even more dogs than we normally have, and he's coming up to join us. That's a bit of an appeal there, but that was very high. So that's the end of that over. And that is 37 gone, 118 for 8. Oldfield Park. Steve Owen will continue to Alex Daniels. And that, as they say, is that. So very straightforward there. Well, an easy catch. And, well, good. Steve Owen's coming to the party, so... Yeah, he's in the right position. It was in then. So 9 down then for Oldfield Park. And that brings Richard Billows to the crease, the number 11. He's going to take guard to Steve Owen. Oh, dot ball. So we got underway here at Hobs Lane 20 minutes late because of the overnight rain and getting the covers off, and the ground was drying out nicely by then under some bright sun, and Pete Rooney won the toss, elected to bowl first. And Oldfield Park got off to a slow but steady. Steve Owen and Lyndon Allway. Paul Guard bowled very nicely. And that's it. Steve Owen takes the final wicket. Richard Billows has comprehensively bowled there. And so Oldfield Park are all out for 118. So, as I say, very slow first 20 overs. After drinks, they came out with a lot more urgency, pushing some quick singles. There were some pleasing shots as well, as Alex Daniels played nicely. Alex Carr played very well for 26. He was the top scorer. So let's run through the scorecard for you. Chris Dabbs was LBW guard for 5. Dave Dart was LBW to guard for 15. Duncan Nash was bowled by Dave Smith for 9. Alex Carr caught Will Thompson, bowled Peter Rooney for 26. Scott Wright was bowled by Peter Rooney for 2. Ian Parsons caught Jordan Allen, bowled Will Thompson for 10. Alex Daniels caught Will Thompson, bowled Steve Owen, 14. Mike Tolley, LBW Peter Rooney for 1. Adrian Dagger, who was very sportingly allowed a second go after being apparently caught by Ben Hodges, but he spilled the ball and then proceeded to run out Dagger, who was under the impression that he'd been caught. So the Barrow team very sportingly allowed him to come back and resume his innings. He was eventually stumped, attempting an expansive shot by Phil Milton off Lyndon Allway. And Richard Billows was the last man there, was bowled by Steve Owen, with Phil Herbert left not out. So the bowling figures: Steve Owen, 5.5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 11. Lyndon Always, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 24. Paul Gard, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 15. Dave Smith, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 23. Will Thompson, 4 overs, 1 for 19. And Pete Rooney, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 19. There were a number of extras, 32 in all. There were 5 byes, 2 leg byes, 20 wides and 5 no balls, leaving the score 118 all out off 37.5 overs. So we're going to have a spot of tea, and when Barrow Gurney come back to start their innings, they'll be looking for 119 to win. You're watching Barrow Gurney Television, coming live from Hobs Lane.
Well done, Skip. Is it on? It's off. It's off. You can talk. Well done. Good work.
We were just discussing Lyndon putting one down leg for 5 wide, getting to 125.
Oh, right.
For as effect, because if we now lose 3 wickets, whereas if we got to 125, we would lose a couple more wickets.
Oh, I see.
We were
Bloody hell.
manipulating the game.
That's I couldn't sanction that.
No,
No.
but nobody would have known.
No, no one would have known. No, absolutely. No, well, he was a bit all over the place, wasn't he?
Well, we all were. None of us were great, but yeah, I mean, it would have been. I mean, they were playing. They were not playing for the blue line otherwise. They would.
I was going to say there was a couple you bowled which I thought looked pretty close, but
They were.
Mm.
They, I don't know if that's a new umpire or what, but he wasn't playing the blue line. So certainly, like a couple of Steve bowled, Dave bowled, well inside. I mean, they were going to leg, but they were not.
Mm.
They were
The
into the
first umpire there, his signals were so short. The no ball signal, the first one, he put his arm out and put it straight back in. I realised it was a no ball, but I missed one later in the over and I had to go back and undo it. And,
that was the back foot ones for Steve, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was back foot
Yeah.
for Steve. Yeah.
But,
I think he was right because rather it slipped then.
he does come in at that sort of angle, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Anyway, the good news is that
Nil off.
nil off, 6 points. So.
Well, we've got to win this. That's the thing.
So you've got 5.
Well, we've got
So
and we've got batting.
Yeah, you've got plenty of batting. The pitch is playing all right.
Well, it actually was getting faster. It was getting more bouncy. We then got more out of it in the second spell. A lot more.
Oh, you had one or two that absolutely flew through to
Yeah,
Phil, didn't
that's right, which you couldn't do in the first spell.
Yeah.
And even Steve was getting a bit more bounce in the second spell. So they weren't as the best of the batsmen. But the thing about it is we've sort of sat on the twice.
Yes. Yeah.
So Ben and Phil will open, but I don't know which order.
Right.
Let me have to think about it because I've got Adrian.
You know you've got your team sheet wrong again.
Have I put down this time?
Well, they've got it, but they've got Phil down twice,
Oh.
and they haven't got Guardy on there.
Oh. Well, at least it's the second team player. It's not.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't been the first
Yeah,
weekend.
yeah.
Hardy.
They know him anyway. They know.
Yeah.
So. Because he showed me, he said, you got 2 Phil Miltons. I said, no, only one.
Right, so he knows.
He knows. So Phil Herbert knows. Yeah. He had it in his hand. He queried it. So.
Well, when they when Skipper said, "Oh, the Watford boys getting phony about us," I think the only one who's a bit phony at the moment would be Antonio. He's a bit not responsive to do his
Oh,
answers.
Dabs. Dabs does it.
I thought he owned well.
Very sporting. I thought to call Adrian back for the. He clearly was under the impression he was out.
Well, he was. Well, Ben dropped him, but then he was run out by a country mile. But the umpire said he'd called over.
Oh, was that it?
That was the argument. But he walked. So I didn't hear him call over, and clearly Adrian didn't hear him call over either because he was wanting off.
I know I've got it all wrong then. I said on commentary that I thought he was under the impression that Ben had taken the catch and was therefore out of his crease, and then he was being run out under the misapprehension that he was out caught. And that's why I thought you called him back.
No, they called him back because
sporting behaviour it was, calling him back because he was
Well,
to me.
they asked
That's
me
what
what
it
to
looked
do, and
like.
I said, well, if he's called it, he's called it, and then he should come back. So I did
Yeah,
say
yeah.
that actually, but yes, in theory, he wasn't playing as good as they've made him
So he
look
dropped the
today.
catch. Well, he jarred his elbow as he fell, didn't he? And
Yeah,
it was
went
one
a
of
long way
those,
to
but
catch it.
he did get. He did very. Not I think many people would have got in there. I thought Jordan took a good catch with a broken finger. It was absolutely whacked at him, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Luckily, it was straight at him.
Yeah, I don't think he had time to think. I've got a broken finger. Should I catch this?
No, but he did have time to line his hands up. It wasn't one where he was stretched his legs
No.
for one
Yeah,
finger.
yeah, yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, and Will took a good catch at a minute when he left with him.
Yes, that was straight to him as well. It was a dreadful. I said that was a dreadful delivery. I'm afraid, but it was. But yeah.
Yeah, that was not on my weekend, was it?
No.
Anyway, good. 118. Yeah, so who was I putting in at 2 then? Divide it in the A. Well, A didn't bowl, so he can only take 2, but Gracey 4, Will 5, Jordan 6, then Lyndon 7. So
I
he's
hope we
only
don't. Hope don't need to go any further than that.
yeah, Linda's bowled 8. Well, he's bowled 7, isn't he? So he's only from 5. So I think that's fair enough.
Mm.
Let's see. What's Linda? I think he'll go 4.
Yeah, yeah. Give him a bit of a
Gracey
chance.
4. Gracey's got to go 4 in his last game, isn't he? It'll be funny in his last game. I
Is he
think
not playing next week?
Oh, no, it's at home. It's his
Oh, in the last
game,
game at
isn't
home, yeah. Yeah.
it? Wait, you're dropped.
He's not very happy at all.
He never is.
Not him.
Oh,
well,
him.
Lee's not happy either. But
No, he's never happy.
Gracie's not happy that the word got out
Well,
from the committee.
really? I don't know how it did.
Well,
I wasn't on it.
Jordan was told by Ellie, so I think we can guess how it got out.
Okay.
But worse still, after that, he messaged me to say he wasn't very happy. Worse than I was sat round after the game last week, and Nick blurts out, "Oh, of course we're looking for a new first team captain." I just kind of wanted it all kept quiet until after his last game. So he'd obviously got it from the minutes.
Well, I realised Connie was going, but anyway.
He got it
You're
from
not
the
hearing.
minutes.
You're not
You're not
hearing.
hearing it.
I didn't hear.
No, but
New
he's,
first team captain.
That's-
No, because you're not invited today. I told you that.
I know, you dropped me.
Yeah.
Do I open
Not
one of
before
2
time.
games?
at
It was
one.
2, wasn't it? Well, I opened
So you didn't
2 games. I didn't pay for the one when we had 2 games last week, did I?
So you only have to pay for one because you only pay one on the weekend.
So this
Right.
week.
So you didn't pay Sunday
No.
because you wouldn't have had to if you paid Saturday, but you hadn't paid Saturday.
That was a Saturday here, wasn't it?
Yeah. You
Right,
apart
so I
from
did
that
open
you're
2. Yeah. So I think I owed when I didn't pay when Gracie was doing the checks and the money the game the week before.
yes.
So I paid for 2 games, 2 ICs, and that's the money.
And the spectator fee consideration.
Spectator. What for all that? I nearly clapped with the extras. Got 50. I did.
32 with the extras. To
Well,
be
I was
fair.
waiting for them to get 50, and I put a hard dunk
There
on
They
it.
were
there
top
was
scorer.
a chance of that.
They were, yeah, so I gather. They were top scorer. They were
I
top
thought
scorer.
I thought I was going to guess that. And then you got it.
Yeah, well, top batsman was 26. Take my phone.
Oh right, not surprised for a while. The phone's only 5 for a while. You did well.
So welcome back to Barrow Gurney Television here at Hobs Lane. Barrow Gurney's second 11 playing Oldfield Park. And Ben Hodges at the crease, opening the batting for Barrow Gurney with Phil Milton at the other end. We've just had one ball from the bowler Mike Tolley. So 119 needed to win here. And we start with 5 wides. Oh, that looks like a useful delivery. So Ben Hodges coming back from injury, usually the first team wicketkeeper, but has fallen foul of the blight of wicket keepers at Barrow Gurney. All seem to be injured at various times. Ah, he's away there with a, well, a bit agricultural, but 4 runs. Not a clean hit, but it will do. You're going to be prowling around like a scalded cat here till we get these. Well, no, particularly this is exactly how the firsts have been playing. Though they play baseball, and when all they have to do is bat the overs. Last week they threw it away. That's a lovely shot though from Ben Hodges. That's much more classical. Beautifully timed. I think Ben Hodges senses an early evening out, maybe a early gin and tonic. He does like a gin and tonic. Man after my own heart. In fact, it is 4:20. My dad always used to have a gin and tonic when 4 o'clock ticked round. It is a little early, isn't it? I've got Pete Rooney, the skipper of the twos, with me. Yes, well, I'm not nowhere near as my father. I usually wait till 6, but
6 o'clock is the gin and tonic.
yeah, 6 o'clock. Yeah, much more civilised, isn't it? So that's the end of the first over. It's now going to be Scott Wright, I think, coming from the Rod's Viewpoint end, who's one of Peter Rooney's rivals for top wicket taker in this division, I think. He was also the top run scorer in this division, although he only got 2 today. So, see, I've been doing my research.
Was he my first victim? Second victim?
He was.
I did good mill, didn't I?
I think you did. Yes. We shall have a look on the scorecard. You bowled him, yes. So Phil Milton on strike now. Phil enjoying this 150th anniversary season, which he really impressed, didn't he, with his 176 not out that he made. Don't remember playing any shots like that when he that day. It was a imperious innings against Nailsea. Well, that was on our very anniversary day, the 1st of June, exactly 150 years since the club was founded back in 1874. Yes, Peter Rooney's reminding me he fielded for Nailsea in that game for the last chasing the leather that Phil was hitting around. They had a bit of a mare in that game. They had somebody went in the fetlock early on, didn't they? And then they had a new player who used to play for Bath Exiles, Brian, an old friend of ours, and he broke his finger the first time he touched the ball and disappeared off to hospital, didn't he? So it was sort of carnage all round that day.
Tough game if you're skipper.
It was it was a tough game, yes. And but Phil took his opportunity and became a media superstar the following week. Got on the radio and it was a very memorable day. Sadly, not recorded for posterity on Barrow Gurney television, as we were off air at that time. But still, here we go. A good start from Scott Wright. That's a maiden over. 13 for no wicket off 2.
So once it's been filmed, does it stay on YouTube?
Yes. You can watch it back. Yes. Yeah, so if you go onto our channel, you'll see all the previous games and you can watch them back.
Gordon Hill game was cancelled.
Yeah, I know. I've been told by 7 listeners. But yes, thank you for telling me. But
Cool.
I'm just concentrating on this one. Having told Ben, all you're going to do is bat for 40 overs, Ben.
Yeah, but Ben batting for 40 overs is scoring 400 runs.
That's fine by me.
It's not good.
I would rather be batting for 20 overs and get 200 runs than 2 overs.
No, there was an appeal there, as if that might have been pad first, but
Looked like the inside edge.
I think it was an inside edge. Again, he was going for an expansive shot, and he's feeling his hand because he's got a bruised wrist. I don't know which wrist. Do you know which wrist he's bruised, Pete?
No, I asked. No, I asked
No.
if he needed to be sheltered in the field, and he said no.
Yeah, he's just got a bit of a bruised wrist now. Barrow legend Bob Mills walking right across in front of us.
I assume it was perhaps his left because he did say he could bowl. He's right-handed, isn't he?
He is right-handed. Yeah, that's right. So we think it's his left wrist. Then he's. So that would because that was the hand he was sort of waving after mishitting that early shot, as if it was. He had a bit of a reaction, a bit like when you sort of thin a golf shot on a cold day, and it really. I know a lot about that. What about you? Gardy's joined us in the commentary box. It's quite busy here. You never thin one on a cold day, do you, Gardy? He's exercising the right to remain silent, I think it would be fair to say. Right, no run there. Oh, that's gone through the keeper as well. It's going to be one of the slowest run bys you've ever seen.
Yeah, he's good, isn't he? Yeah. The selection was right this week. I mean, couldn't do much else really.
Well, I was just talking to Phil, and he said he wasn't feeling very well anyway. He said, and I saw him at the end of the game on Sunday. He looked very, very tired.
He's very busy at the moment. It's very physical work he does.
Yeah.
If you're not careful, that he's sat on that fence there, it's going to break under him, and he's going to go cartwheeling over backwards because it's on its last legs. Have you seen it?
Yep, I know.
We've had a second quote, but I don't know how much it was yet.
Live dangerously, I called, isn't it?
Yeah, life on the edge.
But yeah, I mean, he's definitely. I think it was a lot.
He's played a lot of cricket this season. It's been a long old
The
season.
problem is that he was very tired and not feeling very well all week, which he never told us when he was selected.
Well, of course he wouldn't, would he?
So Ben Hodges now down to face right. Oh, that was a good ball. It was through. I think it hit him on the foot.
I think it just pitched and went straight through him
Did
between
it?
bat and pad.
Between bat and pad,
But
we
it did
think.
bounce about 3 feet over the wicket.
Good ball. Well, you can see he's a deceptive bowler, this Scott Wright, and obviously he's taken a lot of wickets this season. If he was above you in in the table, the league table. Oh, well, goodbye. That's gone. Oh, that went off the crossbar. That went off the crossbar of the sight screen there for 6 into the field. Well, the ball has been retrieved. Well, Ben Hodges hasn't really had a great season with the bat when he's played in the first team. As I say, coming back from injury, not able to keep wicket, which is obviously his primary job in the first team. But he can certainly hit a ball, and when he gets in, he can be a very destructive player. But not had too much. I think I certainly remember 1 or 2 midweek games that he's had a decent knock and opened his shoulders a bit, but not made too many runs in the first this season. Certainly nowhere near as many as he would have wished. Oh, and that's bowled him. That's bowled him. He went for the big shot again, and he's bowled for 14. That's 20 for 1 then. So Abe Gibbs is the new batsman. Just taking guard. Now, Barrow need to be careful here. There's no need to get these runs quickly. There's plenty of time. The sun is out. Sky is blue. There's not a cloud to spoil the view. And we don't want it raining in our hearts. So we just want to take this game seriously and buckle down. Abe Gibbs is another rather expansive player. He likes to play his shots early on, so this could be an interesting period. Well, that's the end of the over. A successful one for Wright. That's 20 for 1 off 4. Time really is irrelevant. The run rate required is only 2.75 and over, and well, that's nothing really at this quick scoring Barrow ground. So time is not a factor. It's wickets that matter for Oldfield Park and also for Barrow. Because for every couple of wickets lost, points will be given up. And so Phil Milton has been watching everything at the other end, hasn't scored yet. Experienced head, playing for Barrow for 20 years or more. That's a nice shot from Phil Milton. Through extra cover for 4. Nicely timed, full ball. He gets off the mark. Just my attention somewhat distracted by Phil Taylor, who's now sat on the top bar of the fence that is at the rod's viewpoint end, stretching his leg out, and that fence is due to be replaced imminently and is not in a great state of repair, and I'm worried he's going to collapse and hurt himself. Certainly looks in a precarious position. Oh, he's stretching his leg out again, and he's got that against the sight screen, and he's trying to stretch out his hamstrings, and it all looks very painful, Phil. I don't know what you're doing, but just don't fall off and hurt yourself. That's the end of the over anyway, 24 for 1. Things you see from the commentary box here at Barrow Gurney. So Scott Wright to continue. Oh, he's got that through. Abe Gibbs there. Oh, that one bounced a bit. That seemed to catch Abe Gibbs a little bit unawares. He was playing a little low, perhaps, but hit him on the gloves. Another good over there for Scott Wright. Had Gibbs in a little bit of trouble there. Certainly wasn't doing much to ease any nerves. A couple of balls beat the bat. One ball bounced a little bit, surprisingly. Just going to be a single as that squirted away off the edge through backward point. Oh, no. Actually, the fielder was quite slow to it, and they've come back for a second. Oh, it's bowled him. That's bowled him. Oh, Phil Milton again went for the expansive shot and, well, just missed it. Looks quite cross with himself. Oh dear. So that's 2 down for Barrow. That's going to bring Mark Gracie to the crease. .26 for 2. So Barrow's vice-captain. Bit of ship steadying to do here, Mr. Gracie. That was 2 wides in the end. I thought he got something on that. Seemed to squirt away, but keeper struggled with it, but 2 wides. So I think it's the first time Abe Gibbs has been down this end. Oh, he's been bowled an absolute beauty. .28 for 2 off 7. Well, that's gone through as well, and they're going to sneak a quick buy, I think. Oh, maybe he got an edge on that. No signal. Oh, a belated signal. It was in fact a buy. So a maiden over there for Scott Wright. Just the buy off it, 29 for 2. Well, a bit of an appeal there. He was quite well forward, Mark Gracie. Steve Owen sort of gestured as if, say, it was going down leg side. It's like changing the field. Another man going into the covers. So inevitably that was going to be down the leg side, which it was. So we've got just the one slip in a gully for Mike Tolley bowling. So 29 for 2 off 9. That was a maiden over. Mike Tolley. Scott Wright's going to continue from the Rod's viewpoint end. Phil Taylor's now trying some more stretching exercises. At least he's not sitting precariously on the top strut of the fence. He's now lying down in the outfield. He's at a sort of long off position. So neither of these two batsmen have actually got off the mark yet. So Abe Gibbs has faced 16 balls and Mark Gracie 9. And the only runs that have been scored while they've been together are extras. Is Abe Gibbs going to change that? No. It looks as if there was probably a long single there, but neither of them fancied running. So, another maiden over. For Scott, right, that's 4 of them now out of 5. Stands hands on hips as if he's somehow feeling aggrieved, but actually bowled very, very well. Well, so Mark Gracie now on strike. Well, Gracie gets off the mark there with a typical Gracie shot through the covers. Stood tall, hit it hard, hockey hands, and that ran away for 4. So at least one of the players is off the mark. We're going for a quick single. We will have to be quick here. But the throw was wide. And there's going to be overthrows. They're coming back. It's only going to be the one, I think. Yeah, just the one overthrow. 2 to Gracie. That throw was very wide. It looked for a minute that Abe Gibbs was struggling there. He was slow to set off. But the cover point fielder, he picked it up well, gathered it well, but the throw was very well wide. So the end of the over. 35 for 2 now off 11. Scott Wright going to continue. On his 6th over in the spell. So from where I'm sitting now, all I can see of Phil Taylor is his green trainers, which are stuck up in the air while he's doing some exercise or other. Finally, Abe Gibbs is going to get off the mark with that single to wide long on. Off his 23rd ball. He's off the mark. So Phil looks like he's propping up the sight screen there with his trainers, but I think he's doing some sort of stretching exercises. He's got his head resting on the sort of lower rung of the fence, as if he's having a snooze. Oh, that's a typical Gracie shot, and I have to say mid-off didn't fancy that very much. It bounced awkwardly for him. But he didn't really get any hands to it, and he looked as if he was going to try and get his legs to it and then thought better of it, and ended up just watching the ball fizz away for 4. Quite a powerfully hit shot. Don't think Scott Wright will be too impressed by that fielding. Deliberately not making eye contact with the fielder. Oh, that's found the edge. That was a really good delivery, and that's going to run away for 4. Oh, very fortunate there, Mark Gracie. Scott Wright walking back as if there's no justice in this world. Good bowl's a good ball, takes the edge. Only the one slip, and it was well wide of him. And it ran away. That's going to be another straight boundary. That's a lovely shot. So that's seen a big increase in the scoring rate. So Mark Gracie is now scoring at a run a ball, which, bearing in mind he didn't score of his first 10, is pretty good going. He's on 18 now as Barrow race along to 48 for 2 off 12. So I think Mike Tolley's going to continue here to his 7th over. He's striding out towards cover, waving his arms around. You go and field here. You go and give me the ball. That's it. I want you to go and field there. Move around a bit. Off you go. Extra cover. Move around a bit. Bit squarer. Right. Yeah. Now we've got a silly mid-off now. I think that's Chris Dabbs there. I think I recognise him. So we've got a silly mid-off. And we've got an orthodox mid-off extra cover. Oh, that's right through him. No slips now. The slips move to gully. Got a deep fine leg, backward square leg, mid wicket, and a wide mid on. Well, there's a single there. If they want it. Abe Gibbs was very slow setting off, but again there's going to be a chance of overthrows. Or there might even be 4 of them. No, it's not going to quite go. So it's going to be an overthrow. That's going to bring the 50 up. 2 to Abe Gibbs, 50 in the 13th over, 42 minutes. Oh, that's a good shot from Abe Gibbs. It was short, yes, but he still had to keep his balance and played that nicely. Oh, that's squeezed away. Gully got a hand to it, but couldn't prevent the single. Big appeal. Oh, and he's given him. Steve Owen thought about it for a while and gave Gracie out LBW. Again, he got a reasonable stride in, but he does tend to play across that front part. It is a known thing about Mark Gracie, and well, it was only the one man who appealed, the bowler, but it was a very loud appeal, and it was answered in the affirmative. So that's another wicket for Barrow Gurney, and this reply is not going to plan at the moment. 55 for 3. Right, looks like another injured wicket-keeper coming to the crease. It's Jordan Allen, who took a very good catch in the outfield, a very hard hit catch, and took it very well for somebody nursing a broken finger. Well, Jordan won't be facing for a while because that was the end of the over. 13th gone, and Scott Wright's going to continue, and he's going to be bowling to Abe Gibbs. And really, I mean, Abe was living very dangerously. That was a curious sort of shot at one that almost bowled him. Went away for a bye, so 56 for 3. The wind is really picking up again, whistling through the commentary box. And that one kept a little low to Jordan Allen. Not an easy one to get first up, but he kept it out well. It was down the leg side. Oh, let's be careful with those. Well, news from Division 4, Bristol Sri Lankans lost. They got bowled out for 53 today. And they were threatening to overtake Barrow Gurney in third place. .56 for 3 here, or 14. Yeah, so they were bowled out 53 by Chilcompton, who got them for 2 down. Bristol Lions, 131 all out at Blagden, who were 86 for 2 in reply. Meanwhile, Bedminster 3s, they're 71 for 1 off 11, needing 155 to beat Winterbourne. So, looks like Bedminster will probably overtake Barrow Gurney for third place at the end of the day. That's in Division 4. Barrow first, of course, didn't play today. Match was cancelled due to autolog outfield. Here's Mike Tolley again to Abe Gibbs. Still that man in at silly mid off rather. Well, sort of flipped away there by Abe Gibbs. Only going to be a single. Well, that's squeezed away through the third man area. They're going to come back for 2. We'll get Jordan Allen off the mark. Yeah, fine. You? Enjoy your workout?
Yeah, I'm like a like a Labrador if I don't get a run around on Saturday.
Oh, that's a lovely shot from Jordan Allen. Cut that through the covers. 4 runs. Not bad for a man with a broken finger.
He did say the thing that they say after it. I just spoke to him briefly in the interview before.
This guy's funny, isn't he? This little wicket keeper. Just all right, actually. As soon as the bowling's a bit. This guy's good. Scott Wright. He's one of the top batsmen and bowlers in this division.
Yeah, this is his last over. If they've got any sense, they'll just block this out and then.
The Sri Lankans got bowled Scott Wright coming to the end of his spell here. Mike Tolley's already finished his 8 overs. He was 8 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 41, so a little expensive, but so it'll be coming up. Will be a double change. Joined in the box by first 11 captain Connor Jones, who's been having a little net just to keep everything moving and in working order for the MCC game. Ooh, that was a good ball. He was in danger of chopping that on there. So all set for the MCC game, Connor?
Yeah, I believe so. I think it was a shame that we didn't get to play our first team game today, but actually maybe a blessing in disguise, because it means we might have some rested individuals for what is obviously a very important game, not only for the individuals involved but for the cricket club on Monday. If you're not doing anything, goes without saying, please do come up. It's bound to be a very enjoyable day for all involved.
Yeah, I've been giving it a big plug, and injuries have been very much a problem in the last few weeks. So, as you say, maybe today was a blessing in disguise. And we need to find out who the new bowler is now before we continue this lovely chat about the MCC game.
Bowler, please. Thank you.
Dabs. Chris Dabs. It's no good saying number 1 to me, because I'd have to go back and look at the scorecard to find out who was.
Yeah, it's Adelaide Dabs.
This is Dabs, yeah.
Is he the only Dabs?
Yeah, he's the only Dabs.
Yeah, I was just saying to Phil, I think Monday, I think we're looking okay for it, really, from a sort of playing perspective. I've told literally everybody that I know, so that the odd
brilliant.
person might pop up during the day.
I hope so. We've pushed it a bit. I mean,
Yeah, it was a great graphic actually that Johnny put together.
I thought that was excellent.
Facebook. Really
Yeah, it
good.
was excellent.
And I must admit, it was really funny. That's a shame.
We missed out on one there because Dabs has just bowled him a nice dolly drop of an off spinner, and it didn't pitch, and he missed out on one there, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, it was very good.
Very good. And he did ask me for a comment.
He does play a bit.
Leg tully.
Yeah. He tries to play straight, and he's.
He's good at sort of generally good at rocking out the good ones, isn't he? He's got in the way of a few. It's just keeping his temperament.
Oh dear. That sort of hit him on the foot and dribbled onto the stumps. I think it was a tentative-looking shot. Wasn't his normal confident self, Abe, today. Maybe the weight of the responsibility of trying to take Barrow to this relatively small target has weighed on him a bit, because that's 4 down now, which is definitely not in the script. Certainly Peter Rooney is going to be more like a hot cat on a hot tin roof than he was when he was pacing around in the commentary box during the tea interval. New batsman's going to be Will Thompson, who was busy in the field today. Took a couple of really good catches and bowled reasonably well. Took a wicket, and now it falls to him with Jordan Allen to try and progress this innings and ease the nerves of the Barrow faithful. At least you've got a pretty strong side out. We didn't have the problems we had with the B&D game, where we were having to play 2 or 3 players just to make up 11.
Yeah.
We've got a genuine first team. So there's still rumours going around that Richard Ellison might be the umpire. I heard it yesterday talking to one of our umpiring colleagues. Said, I hear Richard Ellison's going to be the umpire. So I don't know how true that is or not. Well, he's off the mark with an edge. I think it might go all the way. Nothing much comes back from there usually. So, in contrast to the previous pair who took an absolute age to get off the mark, well, Thompson's off the mark first ball. albeit via a streaky edge. But they all count, Will. To be honest, if I didn't count my streaky edges, I would hardly have ever scored any runs for Barrow. Well, there was the glorious shot over the top at Bradley Stoke. I still remember that. It was very unlike me. So that's the over bowled, 68 for 4 off 17. So this is Phil Herbert coming on to bowl. He's got a very nice floppy hat, which Peter Rooney has unceremoniously stuffed down the back of his trousers. So that hat's going to lose its shape down there, I fear. Well played by Jordan Allen. He waited for that. There is a man out there at Cow, but they're going to come back for 2. They had a bit of a discussion about it, but really it was an easy 2. Nicely played by Jordan. He started making runs since he broke his finger. Well, that's a nice shot as well. More work for Cow, but there's only going to be a single this time. That's Alex Carr, I think, down there. He's one of the younger Oldfield Park players. Don't mean that in any disrespect to the others, but he's a little bit more sprightly. Yeah, just a single. There's a fielder stationed at deep extra cover. He's out there by the net with his red hat on. Another single. Well, that's gone out to Cow again, 1 bounce, and that's Alex Carr down there, and he did very well with that because that was hit very, very nicely by Will Thompson. That's the end of the over. Herbert's first, 75 for 4. That's a bit aerial, and it's gone. Caught at point. And, oh dear. The 5th wicket falls for Barrow Gurney. You will indeed, yes. We're all going to be all very excited. Okie doke. That was Mike Tolley then, who was the catcher there at backward point. So 75 for 5. This game ain't over. And Lyndon Allway is the new batsman. So he's shaping up to face his first ball, which he thrashes for 4. Well, that didn't sound very good on the bat. It didn't sound beautifully timed, but it was hit hard and straight. That's 4 runs. So another 40 required. Alright, yeah, Lyndon's got the look of a man who doesn't want to hang around, and well, everybody who's tried to play expansive shots on this pitch has failed. Really, it's more of a grafter's pitch, I think. That's more like it, but can he do it consistently? That's the question. He does like to put back to ball. Nicely fielded in the covers. Prevents any chance of a run. So the 19th over ends at 79 for 5. I didn't confirm Scott Wright's final figures. He bowled 8 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 20. Bowled very, very well from this Rod's viewpoint end. The sun's really out now. Beautiful part of the day. You can see Barrow legend and committee member Pete Shiner on his way up to watch the end of the game. Maybe have a glass of red wine, which he does rather like. That was a lovely shot from Jordan Allen. Rocked back and punched through the covers for 4. That's a wide. There's a bit of banter going on here. Oh, I'm not quite sure what's... Oh, that's as Pete Shiner was walking across in front of the sight screen there with his flat hat. He's stopped now. That's another nice shot from Jordan Arm, but there's a man out there now for that, so only a single. There's still no news of what's happened at Tamil Nadu game, and one assumes that because Old Bees cancelled their game against us in our first 11, that Tamil Nadu, who play on their second pitch, would also have been rained off, but that's not appeared on play cricket yet. It was short. Big swing from Lyndon all the way, but no contact. So there's a big if, but if Barrow Gurney can get home, they'll increase their lead over both second and third, probably. That was floated. That's a nice shot. He waited for that. Still only the one. $32 more needed now. Pace or two up the wicket there, but no run. And that's going to be drinks. 87 for 5. 20 overs gone. We're going to take a drink and regroup, and then you'll be back with us to watch the closing stage of this Division 9 West game. So you're watching Barrow Gurney Television, which is coming live to you from Hobs Lane. Right, well, welcome back to Barrow Gurney Television, Hobs Lane, as we watch Lyndon Allway hit that ball hard and straight off Chris Dabbs for 4 to take Barrow to 91 for 5 in this Division 9 West clash, needing only, and I say only, another 28 to win. But Barrow are 5 down, and this pitch is doing a bit. There's been a few scary moments. Dabs again. Oh, well, that's gone high. I don't think it's gone all that far. Oh, it has. It's gone far enough for 6. I didn't think he did it well enough for that.
No, I haven't got the spares.
So that might take a little bit of finding. Lyndon Allway was rushed to catch Jordan Allen up. He's down both. They're both on 15. Lyndon off 10 balls, Jordan off 20. It was a bit of an up and under, that one. I thought he'd got it more up than for distance, but it went all the way. And Mark Gracie put his arms to the heavens to single 6. So a spare has been located. So we're going to continue with the spare ball, I think, while a couple of the Barrow players go over into the field to look for that. I'm not sure whether it is in the field or whether it went into the hedge. I didn't actually see it come down. As I say, I thought it was going to be short of the boundary, but it did carry, so I guess it probably pitched in the hedge. The old Oldfield Park players are on their way back. So Dabbs to continue then. So the MCC game on Monday, remember that, as Connor Jones reminded us when I was chatting to him earlier. Starts at 11, everybody welcome. There's pizzas available all day, the bar is open. There's some good cricket promised to be played. Barrow got a strongish side out, first 11 side. MCC will be very strong, of course, mainly Premier League players, a couple of county second 11 players, I think. So that'll be a real test. That over ends 21st over, 97 for 5. So please do come along and join us. Just been told that the weather forecast could be cooler than it is today. Well, it's not particularly warm today. This is the tail end, I'm led to believe, of Storm Isabel or something. So it is very, very windy. Sun is out. The sky is blue. Clouds are white and fluffy. Hang on, we got a new bowler here. Yes, we do indeed have a new bowler who is Richard Billows. He's going to come on from this Rod's viewpoint end. There he comes, halfway down. Got away with that. I think that's only going to be a bye. Oh my goodness me. Now, Lyndon Allway will, apart from the fact he might pull a muscle swinging that hard, doesn't really need to do that and risk giving his wicket away. That's a nice shot from Lyndon Allway. Oh, and that's been fumbled on the long off boundary, right in front of me. Fielder came herring round, got both hands to it, but let it go under his body, and it ran away and hit the picket fence, literally right in front of me. So, yeah, unfortunate. 100 up for Barrow, the 22nd over, 81 minutes. That's going to be more runs for Lyndon Allway. It's going to be one, just the one, I think. Yep, just the one. Okay, so quick summary of the game. We started late here at Hobs Lane. It had been an awful night, rain overnight. Stopped about 11:30, quarter to 12ish, and at which point the sun slowly came through. That's a nice shot from Jordan Allen. That's going to be 4 as well, is it? And now the same fielder's come round. He's got it this time. I've got both hands and maintained control. Just the 2 there. To end the over, 105 for 5. So by the time the covers had been removed and the mop-up operation had concluded, the toss was conducted and Barrow won the toss, decided to bowl first against Oldfield Park. Play was delayed a little bit, but no overs were lost. So we started at 1:20. Very slow start from Oldfield Park against some accurate bowling. Well, Phil Herbert has now switched ends, it would appear. So he's going to bowl now from the Buckham Village end. So a very slow start. Chris Dabbs and Dave Dart got matters underway, and first 20 overs or so were pretty slow going. After drinks, they began to get a bit more of a move on. They were running some quick singles, and some boundary balls were offered up by the Barrow bowlers. That's going to crash straight. That's going to go for 4. Just 10 more needed. So several of the Oldfield Park batsmen got in and then contrived to get out against some pretty accurate bowling from Paul Gard in particular. Well, 8 overs, 2 for 15 in the middle of the innings. Peter Rooney, the skipper, bowled very nicely when he came on. 3 for 19 he took in his 5 overs. Then there were wickets for Will Thompson as well, and Dave Smith. Lyndon Allway came back at the end and took a wicket, as did Steve Owen, and came back and took 2 wickets, 2 for 11 in the end he finished with. Oh, that's going to go a long way. Jordan Allen has smashed that out of the ground for 6 runs. Full toss, absolutely marmalised there. So in reply, Barrow Gurney set out in looking for 119 to win. They're now 118 for 5. And that's going to be a wide, and that's going to end the game. And that is that. So 119 for 5. Game ends with a wide. So as I say, in reply, they set out looking for 119. Ben Hodges started brightly, hit a couple of lusty blows, but then was bowled, going for another one. Phil Milton was also bowled, looking to hit the ball over the top. Aid Gibbs, well, he wasn't in great form today, made 10, and he was struggling a bit to get the ball away before he was out for 10. Mark Gracie was adjudged LBW, and he just got going nicely on 18. Jordan Allen, he remains 24 not out, and Will Thompson, he made only 6, but Lyndon always stayed with Jordan, making 26 not out, a 6 and 4 fours, played very nicely. Final wicket partnership took them from 75 and to the 119. As I say, it was won with a wide, and that's a very comprehensive victory for Barrow Gurney. They'll have dropped a couple of points there because of the wickets lost. But it's been a very good game, played in a good spirit, and was very enjoyable. So that's the end of the second team cricket here at Barrow Gurney this season. They're away for their final game at Backwell Flaxporton. And so we look forward to hopefully promotion as a result of the end of that game. It's been an enjoyable day. We're looking forward to an enjoyable day on Monday when the MCC come. We'll hope that you will join our transmission, which will be starting just before 11 o'clock on that day. And we'll have some guest commentators and interviews and some extra coverage for you. So I hope you've enjoyed this afternoon. Much more to enjoy as the weekend progresses. Look after yourself. Hope to see you on Monday. My name's Mark Forge. You've been watching and listening to Barrow Gurney Television, which has come live from Hobs Lane. I give thanks to my producer Josh Hall and to all those here at Barrow Gurney Cricket Club who have made this season possible, this 150th season possible, and have been making it such a success.